Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam, you other Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we are going to be working on some more Insignia dev, of course. And particularly today, we're going to be working on enemy AI. I've got some interesting little tidbits of functionality that I'm adding at the moment that I think will be worth putting into the game. So I'm happy to get straight into it. Big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. Also a big thank you to Ladle1337 for the most recent follow and Elzak for the most recent subscription. We definitely cracked the subscriber count that we were looking for in January. So hoping to keep that up in February as well. So thanks to all the subscribers and everybody who's given anything to the stream in terms of super chats or patrons. I really appreciate it. I also recently just got going a new, well, not a new feature, but just I automated something that previously I was not able to automate, which is the patron list. So now patrons should see their names in the credits with perfect accuracy. So I used to have to do it once a month, where I would sort of just update the Patreon list by manually going to patreon.com, downloading a CSV, grabbing the names, sorting them by contribution status, filtering out the people who weren't currently active patrons, and then putting that in a text file. Now there's a script that does that, so that's good. So coding is awesome. Hey, Shadow Too Loose. Oh, really? Which other streamer recommended this channel? That's nice of them. You should tell them thank you. So, today, like I said, we are back on Insignia as we have been. And I'm just going to sort of share with you what I'm working on. Oh, Explorer just died. Hello? Okay, we're back it seems. I don't know what's going on. My computers are a little something at the moment. Everything's a little bit crazy. Oh, Thor from Pirate Software. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He always sends nice words my way. All right, let me see if I can get this thing going. My stream, everything on my stream setup is currently going haywire. So my stream deck, which is like a set of physical buttons that I use to operate the stream, has been on the fritz recently. So I press buttons and nothing happens, but then like 5 seconds later, something does happen. I don't know what's going on, but it sort of works. So, all right. So yesterday we started working on this enemy logic for climbing walls. So we've got our little hedgehog guy and he can climb the grass. And today I started working on wall bouncing. So I can knock this guy out and he bounces off the wall. Oh, and he also bounces off the floor. So I had started working on floor bouncing as well. We are basically going to, how do I put this? I'm trying to work in some Smash Brothers style physics bouncing for enemies and stuff, which is not that complicated to work into the game. Maybe this will go into the alpha. And yeah, so it's something where I want you to be able to, you know, send enemies into the air and jump after them and knock them down and then have them bounce off the floor, for example. So we'll see. Let's, for now, I guess I could quickly summarize kind of like what the functionality looks like and sort of how that's changed over the years. So I had originally implemented something similar to this as part of a kind of global stun behavior. So this is my stun module, and stun has a bunch of behaviors like tumble, knockdown, flinch, juggle. And as part of Tumble, we have wall bouncing. But previously, I never had a module that enemies could have that would allow for this kind of wall bouncing. Like it just wasn't. It wasn't a component that was shared. Armin could do wall bouncing if he got knocked into a wall, but hey, Yanda I haven't yet. I'm looking to get some funding first before I do that. So I was made an offer last year by like a sort of an angel investor who I turned down in the meantime. I didn't take it for now because they were asking for 50%, which is quite a lot. Whereas this current grant funding offer that I'm going for will be free. It's just a government grant. So it's just like, here's the money. Yeah. So the amount is about 100,000 if I get the grant, and that should be more than enough to get started hiring people on as contractors at least. So that's kind of the current plan. Okay, so back to this thing. So the wall bouncing, I think it's really important. But I think what I've realized is that I need a period of time within which enemies are not in free fall where they can bounce off of things. This is sort of like the difference between in Smash Brothers, when an enemy is getting knocked out of the air, they have smoke appearing behind them, and then they start free fall tumbling. So currently, Tumble covers in my game both of those scenarios. The knockback and then the tumbling is all the same thing. It's just the same whatever. But I think I might have to split it out into two different parts of logic. Whether or not it's two different scripts is a different story, but logically it may need to be split. Okay. So, and the reason why this is important is if I'm going to have them bounce off of the floor, if you can slam an enemy into the floor and have them pop up into the air again, that currently violates one of the lines of logic here where I've tried to sort of hack it a little bit, where I say, well, if your velocity is below a certain point, you'll bounce. But that's not really a good test. It's more just like, it's just this at the moment, which is, if you touch the ground, the tumble is over. So with an extra state in the middle that says, well, I'm in free fall, not free fall, I'm in like knockback. In that instance, then I can say any time that my velocity is beneath, is above a certain value, or if the time since I got hit is low enough, then I bounce off any surface that I touch. That would be the right way to do it. And then once we're in tumble, this kind of free fall, then we can say, okay, well, at that point, we don't need to worry about what our velocity is. We just exit when we hit the ground. So whether we go down this whole road, for now, I'll just leave it as it is, but it's something to think about. I'm just going to write this here. To do. Consider. That's correct. It's an OR operator. Consider making this a state. Yeah. Where we're getting hit. Where before consider having impact time be its not impact time. What is this? Like knock. You're in what's the word? Like flight, like hit flight as its own state and move this into that. Hey, Krasner. Okay, so that's fine. I'll leave it as it is for now. What it basically means is that if an enemy bounces off a wall, right now I just give them a value. I'm using C# with Unity. It's not really, I mean, it's kind of knockback. Yeah. But it's like airborne knockback. Okay, so this, I need to check. What I really want to do is say, it's float mag velocity magnitude x mag equals absolute value of velocity x float knock bounce velocity equals which one's smaller? Math dot max. That's it. And then we take this and we put that there. So if you are getting knocked by more than, 3, you should bounce even harder than that. It bounced off of the sword twice. All right, Evan Chadneza, if you like. One sec. What's your chess.com username? Okay. It doesn't look like you are going to get smashed. Okay, you ready? Gosh. You can't give me advice while I'm playing. Can't do that. Hmm. Hey, Sharky. Good game. That was a little bit scary. Gotta watch that back rank. No, I just like normal chess. That was a bit scary. That was very close. You played a lot better than I expected you would. Yeah. I was considering taking with this, but then it would have been a bit of a trade-off. I mean, I'm still good, I think, with 2 pawns, but... Very good. All right, so let's get back into it. So the wall bounce thing, it's good and it works. What I did was I added a feature yesterday, sort of in the day, called wall sensor. Or wall awareness, and I'm considering making it sort of standard for every enemy, or at least having it be a module that every enemy can have. So like Armin, for example, he has something called wall control, which does most of what wall sensor does. Sorry, wall awareness. But wall awareness is just, I think it's a bit more globally accessible. So wall climb here, I'm basically going to replace some of this stuff. Wall control. I think this is what needs to be replaced. I don't like when this happens. Okay, so this is particularly... What am I going to do once I release Insignia? Take a break and then make another game with somebody. I don't know why it's soothing, but I feel the same way. It's kind of nice. It's like studying in the library, you know? So this is all, yeah, this is particularly Armin's wall control stuff. Whereas this stuff has to go. So let's add in a wall sensor, public wall awareness. And then when we go like, we could basically just remove this. Does this have wall awareness? Yeah, it does. Where is this? Oh, okay, I see. So this can just go. However, does anything attach to this? Air combo. Yeah, this is where this works. And then I can get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. See you later. A bit yucky, but that's okay. All right, well, that helps quite a bit. I just need to make sure that Armin has access to that. I'm going to put wall awareness on his main character component. Am I inspired by Leonardo da Vinci? I mean, I don't know. Da Vinci is I feel like if you're inspired by Leonardo da Vinci, it's more of an idea about a guy who's like good at everything, like the idea of like the Renaissance man. And I don't resent that idea. It's not, you know, it's not bad. I like the idea of, you know, being good at a bunch of stuff, but at the same time, I don't know. It seems a little funky. It seems like I feel like somebody who would admit that they were into that is I don't know. It's a bit conceited. Oh yes, I am inspired by the Ninja Turtle for sure. Yeah. I mean, you do what you do. You try to be good at the stuff that you try to be good at, you know. Hey, part-time experience. Just wanted to say, just wanted to stop by and see if I could soak up any info. Well, try. TRPG, is that like a tactics RPG? Yeah. It's looking more like it's outside of my skill range. Tactics RPGs can be a little funky. There are some gotchas in there that are not easy to catch. It can be tough for sure. But for the most part, like the most straightforward aspects of it are kind of manageable. Like the core ideas, it's not that complicated. If it's just like moving on a grid, stuff like that. The RPG stuff is harder, and the like turn initiative isn't that easy. There are some weird little quirks that aren't super, you know, super straightforward, but oh my gosh, that is so much. Yeah, I love tactics. FF Tactics is great. Yep. The coding, I guess if you've never coded before, it might be difficult. But as far as coding goes, it's okay. It's really like RPGs are really about, you know, can you correctly package and think about what is an object and what is a behavior when it comes to like moves and properties of attacks and stuff like that, packaging that up and setting it up in the project properly, like you say in Unity, what is a scriptable object versus what is a behavior? The distinction between those is going to be quite, if you can get your head around it, it becomes a lot easier. But without that, it can be quite difficult. So it's like, oh, when this character learns an ability, what happens? Does an object get added to a dictionary that lives on the character? Or do I switch a Boolean to true? Stuff like that, you know, on a bunch of code that's already inside the character. There's little things like that that can be a little, you know, a little tricky. But outside of that, this kind of thing, I feel like maybe some of the sequencing for like cutscenes and stuff can be a little chunky. But I think like if you can make like a really simple tactics game, you're on a good, it's not a bad project to start with. I have a series, not really. I mean, like I made a game. I was making a game called Throneless, which in the end ended up being just like essentially Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. I don't know if you've seen that series on my YouTube channel. But I've got a few videos about it. Particularly, I've got a video about tile maps in Unity and what I don't like about them. And in that video, I've got some little tricks. So there's a video called, oh, it's way back here somewhere. This one, Are Unity Tiles Any Good? In this video, I go into a little bit of detail about that. None of these really. This is probably what you're looking to make. So I was making this, and this is like the target, what you're trying to make in terms of like what the levels look like with the nice outlines and stuff like that. And I go into a fair bit of detail about how to set up a project for this kind of thing, and then how I figured out the outlines so that you can see the depth, working in like pathfinding. It's not, I don't go into detail about how to set up the pathfinding, but just that I set it up. It's not, it gives you an idea about some of the quirks, especially if you're using Unity. Yeah, so that's this video here. Yeah, you can see all my hair lengths. I learned something today at golf. I was at the driving range this morning, early this morning, and I learned something that the way that I learned it, and then I couldn't help but explain it to someone. I had to explain it to my dad, which he obviously knows how to play golf very well. But in order for me to learn it, I had to explain it. And I wrote it down, and then I recorded something, and then I made a video about it. A quick video. It helps so much to learn something by explaining it, you know, and I'm hoping that that it will stick better if I explain it, it's easier to remember. And it's about swinging my one of the bigger clubs, the 3-wood. I'm just gonna explain it here because why not? There's no reason not to. So like I was holding the club straight like this, right? Like when you like with your hand, I have my thumb directly over the club, and what that does is when you swing, right? Your elbow and your hand, they're gonna come like down and across. And if you start like this, by the time you get to here, notice how my wrist has rotated. It was here, and now I've rotated my wrist back to get to here. What that does is if the club starts this way, like that's the face of the club gonna hit the ball. As you pull back, now the club face is open, and as you pull through, you end up chopping at the ball, and you do what's called a slice. And instead, what I started doing was putting my hand over the club like this. So I'm holding it, but with my hand over like that, so that when I pull back, the club face is still open, and when I come through, it's still open. It doesn't open further because I've already rotated my hand to accommodate for the fact that my hand's gonna go back this way. So it's basically just, I went from this to this when I start holding the club, and it fixed like a ton of crap about my swing. And I learned that while I was at the driving range. Just sort of like trying to get my head around what I'm doing. So that's just what I learned today. That's my journey. They have this really cool, the driving range. It's got this system called in range. It's really advanced. It's actually like really, really cool. So you swing, and there's like a monitor, like a screen, kind of like this, next to where you were playing or whatever, next to where you swung. And then they have this like virtual golf course that extends out. So like you're hitting into a driving range, but there are like targets, and like it like tracks all your stats and shows your shot distributions, and like all on the monitor behind you. So like you take the shot, you watch it go, it hits the back of the net, but then you turn around and you can see the rest of the flight path of the ball with the spin and everything. And it can, and like there are even like mini games, like you can like try to hit targets, and if you miss, like the ball goes in the lava kind of thing. It's really cool. It's like a Unity game. I'm pretty sure it's made in Unity. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. Yeah, it's actually really addicting. It's really cool. Yeah. Hey, Junior Punk. Oh, thank you so much for watching. Yeah. It's just like totally changed the way that I think about like practicing. Because it's like, oh, this is a game that I'm playing, and I can see all my stats, and I can see my percentages and how well I'm doing and how far this ball went in these conditions. And it's for a guy that likes numbers, the numbers are really something. Especially, it does like streak bonuses. Like, there'll be like a target like 50, 60 meters away. And it's like, if you can get within a 5-meter radius of the target, we'll count it towards a streak. And the more you get them, like it'll show the little ball, like when you hit it, you can look behind you, and the ball will have little explosives coming off of it if it's like a streak multiplier of 5. So like if you get like the 5th shot in a row, or the 10th in a row, or the 15th, it's got like little particles coming off of it and stuff. It's really cool. It's like my brain goes brr. For the guy that wakes up and wants to smack some balls, that's it. You got it. I think this is literally a couple pixels too tall for that hedgehog. So we're gonna shift it down a little bit. Oh, game's looking so cool. All right. Watching the balls clip. Enjoy. Enjoy the balls. So let's keep going with this hedgehog business. Actually, I should do a commit first. Adds wall awareness sensor behavior to Armin and stun. Okay. So, patrol. Right now, patrol ends when we see the character. Which is not always the case. Maybe it shouldn't always be that. Not sure. I could add like an end condition. Maybe I'll just make it a boolean. Oh my gosh, faster if I just write it myself. Good evening. Yeah, it's going well. I'm feeling okay. So what's happening there? Oh, wait, no, the wall patrol? Um There's only two scenarios there. So what's going on? It says it's because it found the target, but that should only happen if we're complete. If the state is complete when... when target is spotted, which we've got set to off. So since it's false, we should never see this found target show up. Unless we have to do a recompile. I don't think there's anything there. But look, found target. War Patrol found target. But this is false. So how could it possibly get to here if it's false? I don't know. Oh, this is normal patrol. Well, this is my fault. This is why I'm bad. This is my problem. I did this by writing this code twice. I am an idiot. These really, really, really need to be one script, I think. Doesn't matter. For now, I guess. We just suck it up. Hey, Contrillo. Yeah, there are so many tools that do whatever it is you're trying to do. There's a tool that does it. For something simple like that, if it's just level editing. Nice. Okay. So, as far as having this hedgehog kind of like do this next thing, where I'm expecting it to like roll along the ground and then up the wall and then like flip off the wall. That's kind of what I would like it to do. And I'm going to give Armin basically the same ability, where he sort of leaps forward. If he hits a wall, he starts running up the wall, and then he can jump off the back of the wall. I guess it's the same ability, right? Either way. So I could just write it and then let them both do it. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. That should be basically how it is, I think. Kind of. Let's block it out. Like if it's Armin stealing an ability, if they're literally using the same code, that's a nice heuristic. So rush forward if you hit a wall, start running up it. If and then on release, do a backflip, and then go into freefall. Okay. So this should have a distance, either a behavior or a set distance. So it's like do a thing until you hit a wall, and when you hit a wall. And I'm not sure how I feel about this. So let me show you the scenario that I'm trying to, when I say rush forward, the reason why I'm considering that is because in one of these scenes, this one here, this is my go-to. I'm trying to keep the game quite player friendly. And when it comes to riding up walls, right now, you need to be on the wall to use the power. Hello? Hello? Do you need to be on the... That works. Oh, do you know why? Because I took away a script reference that needed to be there. Ensign ability behaviors, green, wall climb. This needs wall awareness, which is there. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so right now, when you're on the wall, you can run up it. Right, that's fairly straightforward. But the problem is that all of my abilities, I think I want them to activate when you press the button. So even if you're not on the wall, the fact that I'm pressing the button to do the ability should have some feedback. Now, there are some opportunities we have as a developer to either make this experience easy or punishing for the player. Do I want to punish you for not doing it near a wall by taking the ability away from you? Like you spend it and it gets burnt? Or do I do nothing but give you some sort of a flash that's like, oh, you press the button but nothing's happening? I don't love that because it's like it doesn't actually help you do it better the next time. Or we do a little push forward, a little like rush forward, so that something happens every time. You get the little rush, and if you're close enough to a wall, it'll do it, right? He'll rush forward, he'll touch the wall, and then he'll immediately run up it. That, I think, is much better than forcing you to be on it already or doing nothing. And the reason why that's important is because there will be times when you're going to run at a wall and then you want to use the ability, right? But like, do I make you touch the wall and then use the ability? That feels fair, but it doesn't feel fun. Because just then, like I pressed it just before I hit the wall and nothing happened, right? So the player feeling like they have to hit the wall before they do the thing, I think breaks the flow a little bit. Like I know, but waiting for that feedback of, oh, I hit the wall and then I can press the button is not something that I think most players in the moment are going to be, you know, I don't think that they're going to, it's not intuitive. I feel like you want to be able to press it early and have something happen. Because I've got buffers for when you do things late, right? So like when I jump off a wall and I press the button late, I still get my jump, right? Like I still get my jump right on the edge. That's the coyote time working. Yeah? It's not that forgiving, but like that was coyote time. Yeah. So there's that. And even if I jump and then jump again a little early, I still get the bounce. So it's like a buffer. What I could do is have like a 200 millisecond buffer on this so that if you end up touching the wall, it happens. But I don't think that's right either. I think you should get a little bit of a forward momentum just to have you latch onto it. I don't know. And that way, at least, something will happen if you press it on the ground. I also think it should be you should be able to run up enemies and jump off enemies, but we'll get to that. Snow Shinobi, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome, welcome. 5 months, let's go. Yeah. This is definitely a feature test candidate thing. This ability, for sure. One sec, pals. All right, so actually wall climb, I mean, this is very player interaction based. I suppose I could give this to the enemy. It's just well, it's an ability state, which is a type of behavior state that uses a scriptable. I've never given an enemy this ability. That's kind of crazy. Never thought about it that way. Like you literally give them the ability. Is there a reason why they couldn't have it? Is there an Armin reference in any of this? No. Okay, so I actually could give it to the enemy. It's just got a wall run ability. It's kind of, let's do it. I'm kind of excited to see how this goes. So he should be able to walk normally. Okay. That's the wall climb. That's the ability. It doesn't have a wall control, which is a different thing. Why do I need control? Let's go check. The wall jump. Ah, yeah. Hey, Renan. How's it going? And then the snap is quite important. This is kind of interesting. Why does this even... I don't even know how this works. It like pushes us towards the wall until we are on it. Is this a one-time thing? Oh, it's on entry. Ah, that makes perfect sense then. Ah, yeah. Okay, well, hang on a second. I still think... we need to get rid of this valid wall position stuff. Maybe I just need this. If we're on a wall, look at the distance between us and the wall. Move that distance until we're touching it. And then do that on entry. That makes sense. Hey, on YouTube, Best Dev's Perspective says, many game devs are fired from big companies. What do you think about that? I think it's sad. I think it's inevitable. I don't really know what to say about it beyond that. I think it's a sign that these companies that are running these studios are not equipped to do their jobs. They're not competent enough to make the games that they're trying to make, because I think there's demand, you know, but I think it's natural. I to an extent, when times are good, companies hire a bunch of employees, right? They hire a bunch of developers, and they'll have teams like studios, different studios working on different games. And some of those teams are going to be more trustworthy or more experienced than others. And I think sometimes when those satellite teams, when the company grows too big and its management isn't equipped to ensure that those satellite teams are doing the kind of work that meets a certain standard, right? Like if they're releasing games or they're putting out work that's just not at the quality that it needs to be, and the company's not profitable for those teams, well, then the company has no choice but to downscale until it can become more profitable and then hire them again, basically. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think it's like a fun thing. It's just like an issue with what happens when companies who are, you know, profit driven try to balance themselves, you know? Because yeah, obviously, like the people, like the executives of these companies have usually no experience with making games. So they don't really know like how to cultivate, because what you want is culture, right? You want like a through line of talent whereby you have different levels of scope and responsibility for different teams or different rates, like different employee levels. And you want there to be a pathway for people who enter the company to grow and to scale up, right? And you don't want to hire frivolously, and you don't want to lose talent frivolously, because you want the effort that people put into your company when they're hired to stay there. And if you hire someone who's incredibly talented, or at least has incredible potential, and then because you can't manage what you're doing with your money and how you're managing the teams, you have to fire that person, that's an opportunity that's lost. So I don't think every company should be scaling up forever, right? And I don't think that downscaling is a good thing, but it might be what those companies need because of their lack of ability to manage these factors. I think in a way, what's sad about it is that those people, because games are so expensive to make, it's so difficult to do a good job. The result of these layoffs, what it should be, is that those teams go off and make up their own studios, and the industry becomes less of a monopoly as a result, right? Like okay, you guys can't manage all these teams, so the teams sprinkle off and make their own teams, and they do their own thing under their own studio names, and the ones that should succeed will succeed, and then you'll have like different, you know, more AA studios. But I think because of how costly it is to set up a company, to run the company, to build a project, 3-4 years later you have a game. It's like, it's so hard to just pack up shop, take all your friends with you and start a new company and then go from there, right? Like the momentum of having a company and doing it, you know, having the momentum of being a big company is always going to give them second chances, and it always makes it less costly when they make mistakes than for smaller companies. So I don't know. It's a little weird. I get it. You know, like I mentioned that I did some work on a game, well, on a game property last year or a couple of years ago, and that I was doing contract work on a product that was going to be released around esports for that company. That product got deleted at that company in some layoffs recently. So the thing that I contributed my time to for like 6 months will be no more, you know, and all the people at that company whose job it was to do that thing, they're gone now. So it's kind of sad. But it's very common as well. It happens all the time. Okay. If you hit a wall, start running up it. On release, do a backflip. I mean, that's all fine. The backflip thing's not really happening right now. We just jump. I think a backflip would be cool. I just don't know. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Martian. Okay. So on release, jump away from the wall. View wall. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I wanted to give this character this little extra thing. Does it need wall control? That was the question. Can I get rid of these references? So there's the dust, there's the wall jump, and then snap to wall. So we don't need this. We could say awareness. Or snap to wall. But the dust... we can take that. We could just copy that and bring it over here. Okay, and now it's just the jump. And this is probably best as a behavior. Yeah, I mean... we'll see if I miss the freedom of solo development once I've got a team. I don't think I'll miss it. I think I just want to be involved in a project that is alive. I think that's what I want. And I think that my game, if I keep going solo, I won't be able to do it forever. It's gonna I don't have the momentum to keep up the project forever until release at least. I think it needs to have other people working on it. So whether or not my future is to continue directing games or to downscale and make smaller solo games, we'll see. But I do dream of bigger games. Like a game there are games out there that, well, depends on what they are. Like Kingdom New Lands, that game, I could make that in a year or two, and I think that would be okay. It's obviously not my game, but I think I could make a game of that scale in like 2 years. Arrowbound, I spent 6 months on it. If I spent a year on that game, I think that would be worth it too. But Insignia being like 8, 9, 10 years, it's like, I can't do that forever. I hoped it would be 5, but it's just grown. My ambition for what the game could be was never small enough. You make the next GTA. I don't actually ever want to make GTA. I never want to do that. I'm not interested in GTA. I want to make something probably at the biggest, something like Shadow of the Colossus. That would be like the biggest game that I would ever want to be working on, where it's like, it's kind of an art piece and there's gameplay and there's like a core mechanic and there's a lot of the story around it, but it's not like, some giant experience. Like 20 people could make that game. So something that 20 people could make in 3 years, that's kind of what I would want to be at the largest scale involved in. Unless like I got hired by like Rockstar, but I wouldn't even want to work on that game. I'm not into GTA. I know you were being sarcastic, but that's how I feel. Okay. So this jump. Yeah, Owlboy is what I'm going for, but I shouldn't have gone for Owlboy. I tried not to, and then I ended up doing it. Long-term solo. Yeah, I think long-term solo, you start with it as a hobby, and then you keep making games that are small enough to make as a hobby until one of them hits, and then you can start transitioning once you've got some income. Thanks, Pixel Martian. All right. So I don't really have a wall jump behavior, but I do want a wall jump animation. So technically, I could make a wall jump script. Yeah, I would consider making a game that's not pixel art, for sure. All right, maybe I will add the wall jump as its own script. Let's do it. It's not a big deal. I got a lot of scripts in this game. Did anything break just now? Yep. Okay. That worked. So now on wall behaviors, I want like a wall jump. So I should be able to just take this away, but let's keep it there for now. For now, we can do jump force. Do I see upgrading a game project from one LTS version to another as a big issue? Personally, no. Depends how often you do it. If you wait like years and years and years, it's a bigger issue. If you do it every single LTS, it should be okay. But as long as you're okay fixing what breaks, you know? Yeah, no, I genuinely would love to work on a game that's not pixel art. Pixel art is just a thing that I picked up for Insignia. And because I've been working on Insignia for 8 years, I've been doing pixel art for 8 years. But like, I've no issues with the idea of working on a game that was 3D. I like 3D games, you know. I just don't have the opportunity to work on one. Sometimes I think about what I'm making. I think Insignia would have worked quite well as a 3D game, actually. I think there are lots of things about it where I go, you know, like all these animations, I've got so many animation frames and I have to redraw the character every time. If it was just a mesh, I could just keep the rig and just add an animation to it, you know? It's little things like that. Like an enemy that used the same animations as the player character, so doable in 3D. In 2D, super difficult. You know? Okay, so base enter jump. Base.do. So That technically works. Now, why should wall jump not just be a normal jump? Why is it not considered a normal jump? Well, the first thing is you can't control X while you do it. That's the only thing. But everything else about this, I guess because there's also an X value, that you have like an X velocity that you start with, but there's so much here that's the same. Maybe a wall jump has a jump in it. No, I think I'm just gonna set it up so you've got a sheet and we play the sheet. And actually, I don't even think we need to set the velocity. I think it can have the velocity in it. And this can be a mobile state. And an air state. And I guess turn facing, we could just say just flip from whichever way you are facing. You're coming off of a wall. Or even just say, can I say about face? Yeah, that's it. There we go. Hey Darrenville, thanks for the follow. Okay, well, then this just becomes like animate, if grounded, sure. If animator is not playing, then yeah, that's exactly right. That's all it really is. And I don't think we even need the force. That's as simple as that. So then we can just say set wall jump. I don't want to muck with that for now, but I will get to it. For now, let's just leave this where it is. No, I will replace it. So jump force is going to be 3.6. But I'm going to remove that because I'm about to give Armin his own wall jump. That's like a backflip. But that's sort of separate to this. I guess we could let the velocity do it. Let's remove this from here. Let's go to wall climb and add wall jump here. Yes. Let's just call this that. This is fine. So wall check, wall awareness, wall jump. Let's just add this in there. Put this there. And then we're going to remove wall control from this. That's right. Take this away. Wall. Jump. Interesting. Okay. So Armin's wall climb here should now work differently. Hey, Boba Cat. And he probably shouldn't get any air off the back of this. I mean, he'll get air, but he won't jump off the wall properly. Oh, well, that's an issue. That might be the snap. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And actually, that did exactly what I thought it should do. So he got the jump, and then... Oh, it actually did jump him away from the wall. I'm surprised that did that. So if I go into his thing here, and then check this pathway, he is in player ground control. I'm an idle. No, he's not. Oh, this is... Roll ability, air control. Not wall jump, surprisingly. Oh, I see. I've got this set up as a... Okay. Then instead... if state equals... wall jump and state dot complete. Then complete. That's better. And by better I mean worse, but that's what I expect to happen. Let's have a look. Yes, that's correct. Okay, good. All right. So it's at least doing exactly what I expected to do now. So I basically have the wall jump being a child of the wall climb, because it's like a special jump, like a kick back off the wall, Matrix style or like Prince of Persia style. So now I basically need to just create a backflip animation. And I have something that I could use to do that. Wall kick backflip. Which is, for now, we're just going to use, I think we're just going to use this. It's sort of a backflip, sort of a cartwheely thing. Just as a prototype. And I guess something like this is appropriate. should be mostly... there's no friction or anything, so it should be mostly linear. I think that's a fine little parabola. It doesn't like accelerate or anything. That should be fine. So now let's go back over to his wall climb in the inspector and then make this kick flip, back flip, flip flip. Okay, I think maybe the pivot is wrong. So don't make him pivot. Whoa, I just got that sneeze off. Sort of. Oh, that's correct. Oh, I see. It's because we're still snapped on the wall. Oh, really? Oh, you heard something. I thought I caught it. It was like, and then I hit it. It would have, if you heard it properly, it would have blown out your ears. But okay. And then the fixed do. But this is actually the wall check. This is the travel. I think I want to flip this. And then I'm taking this and I'm bringing it back into here. Okay. Cool. So, what's going wrong here? I think that the animation looks a little awkward. Maybe we need it to be a bit more vertical at the start, or just like more like this. The horizontal distance between all of the pink dots should be essentially equal. I guess like that. Yeah, that looks a lot better. But the ending velocity is quite, I would say, maybe it should be a little tighter. So the way that I do this is that I grab this and I can make it decay like that. So that at the end, it's a lot slower. That way you get a little bit more time to think about what you want to happen. Now, I think it's probably too much, but that was kind of like, yeah, that's like the right idea. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. It probably could leave us off with a little bit more. I think at the moment, yeah, we end on basically 0. But we could end on just a bit more of something. This might feel a bit icky to those of you watching who are used to like engineering your stuff a little bit more with hard-coded numbers. For me, the feel of this is probably like, it would be really hard for me to write this algorithm. So instead, I kind of don't mind it being a bit more, you know, airy-fairy, just like, or like wishy-washy. You know, I don't mind that. Because at least if it feels good, that's what I really care about. Like what the player feels when they jump off this wall. That's what's right. Not some number, you know. Haha, that's kind of cool actually. How do I make him pivot? Oh yeah, you could just do that. You could just wait a little bit. Cool. So now going back to the sandbox. The idea is that we have, say, a second one of these enemies. Now we have the ability. We could do some fun stuff like jump off the wall and then come back down on the enemy. So if this one is on the wall to begin with. I feel like this is going to be much, much closer to what we want to happen. Okay, maybe not quite like that. It's that snap, man. It's that wall snap. I just didn't write it correctly. Okay, so now we can do nothing. We could do nothing. We should give him a hitbox, I guess. Why is he facing the wrong way, though? Armin's not supposed to face that way. Ever. I think because I made it so that he faces away from the wall when he's on the wall. And this is the opposite of that. That's very weird. Let's just call it like a knockback of 4. Hit stop of default. Damage of 10. Effect vector of 1, 1. Save it. Oh, that was actually kind of cool, though. That was actually kind of cool. What? Let's see it again. You'd have to come straight off. Interesting. It doesn't pop off straight away. If the enemy's on the wall, it attacks the enemy. It's like a free thing. So many conditions. Like comment fully or just here and there. I comment just here and there where I need it. Okay. Oh, okay. That's too much time. And this is jump. It shouldn't be jump down. It should be jump buffered. Buggered. Buffered jump. Dot is buffered. Confirm. Just a better system that I've got going for buffering inputs. Yeah, man. That's so cool. Maybe it should do the swing. I think I'm going to give him a backflip. I can't believe I'm doing this. It's Prince of Persia. Hey, Brian. Thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Ah, great to have you, bud. Okay. This color in the back is a little too dark. That's better. You know, I could actually track the pivot on this one. I could draw him kicking away from the wall the way that I would want him to do it. Can you talk like Korg from the Marvel movies? Of course I can do that. That's not really that difficult to do. That's just a Kiwi accent. This is a story about this. Hang on. This is a story about a god named Thor. Of course, that's not too hard to do. It's pretty simple, actually. My favorite Korg line is "Piss off, ghost." He just wanted to show your wife. G'day, wife. Hopefully you're doing good this fine evening. Hey, Respect the Biz. Respect the Biz says, love your YouTube. Is there any way to get the Insignia palette? You can get the palette from lowspec.com, but unfortunately it's not the Insignia palette. It would be the you would be looking at the Apollo palette, which is the game I made kind of in the middle of working on Insignia. It's the basis of this palette. It's not perfect, but it's similar. But if you want a quick hack, one thing you can do is take a screenshot of your screen right now, and that'll get you basically the same colors. You can do that. I wouldn't tell anyone if you did. That's illegal. Yeah, so in my system, I can make him jump off. I could make him jump off the wall by drawing it and then just following the pivot. That's what my track pivot script does. You could be a backup Marvel VA. Oh, that's a huge compliment. Thank you. So, like, you know, we could even do it here anyway. I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference to me. So, base brush. Let's pretend the wall is here. You know, we could just be like, boom, boom, boom. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, Runewood. Welcome. You're more than welcome to lurk. So it's like... This is the torso, I guess. It's kind of rotating a little. And then it's kind of like on the horizontal. Not quite. This. And then it's kind of like flat. And then it's kind of like this. And it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this. No, not quite. I feel like this needs to be horizontal. And then by the time we're here, we're already sort of flipping over. Back to like here. And then we're back upright by the time we're back to here. My weekend was pretty good. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, no major things. I finished Final Fantasy VII Remake for the umpteenth time. I beat it in 20-something hours. 28 hours, I think, this time, which is my record. I wasn't really speed running it. I kind of, I watched all the cutscenes and everything. But, I use a mouse. I use a drawing tablet. I don't use a mouse. I use a tablet. Is FF good? Oh, look, Final Fantasy is one of those franchises where, depending on which game you play, it could be your favorite game of all time, or you could hate it. It really just comes down to how much you like anime and how old you are, I think. For me, there are games in the Final Fantasy franchise that I think are like some of the greatest gaming experiences I've ever played. Mostly stories and characters. It's kind of like, manga that you watch, or like anime that you play, I guess is a better way to say that. So like when I'm thinking about my favorite games, like there's a lot of duds in the FF franchise. First of all, they're not a sequel. So the games aren't related to each other in any way. Only the numbers. So like the games in the 7 franchise, that's its own franchise. Final Fantasy 7, 7 Remake, 7 Rebirth, Crisis Core, Dirge of Cerberus. Those are all Final Fantasy 7 games. So it's like its own universe, its own world, with its own characters and rules and blah, blah, blah. If you play the 2 that I recommend as like really, really, really good are 10 and 7. 7 and 10 are like really, really, really good. Final Fantasy 6, which is Final Fantasy 3 on the SNES, is a retro game. It's a retro RPG. That's like classic, like everything that's pixel art. So before 7, you could play those at your discretion. They're good, some of them. Not the very, very original ones, but like the later ones. So 3, 4, 5, 6 are okay. 6 is good. It's some people's favorites. And then 7, 8, and 9 are PlayStation 1 games. 7 is really good. 7 is incredible. 8 and the remake on the PlayStation 5 is very good. It's just like a from the ground up rebuilding of the whole game. It's actually more of a sequel to the original game, but it takes place with the same plot. It's a bit Avengers Endgame. 8, I could take it or leave it. 9 is solid, but it's not world changing. 10 was the first PS2 game that they made. 10 is very, very good. 10 is one of my favorite. It's just got such a well-rendered world. Like the world and the characters and the culture, like it just feels like you're in a real place a lot of the time. And it's turn-based combat. It's very simple. It's a very simple Final Fantasy, but it's a good one. It's really, really good. 12 is so you skip 11 because that's an MMO. 12 is it's all right. It got better. They patched it. The actual release on the PS2, I didn't really care for that much, but it's apparently okay. And then 13, I didn't care much for. 14 is an MMO. 15, I didn't care much for. 16, I didn't care much for. So like, as far as like the hit rate, right? The track record, it's not the craziest thing, but like 7 and 10 are my favorite games. You know, some of my favorite games of all time. I could play them every year and I wouldn't get bored. 15, 16, 13, 15, 16, those games are like, well, specifically 13 and 15 are both made by the director of Kingdom Hearts. And I've got my own issues with that. 16 is made by the team who made the MMOs. And that's bland. It's bland for the same reason that MMOs are bland. But I would say 10 and 7 specifically is where like the best soundtrack, the best character designs, the best world designs, the best story all kind of converge. So that's my opinion. Basically what happened with Square Enix is the guy who was a character artist on Final Fantasy VII got given his own... I think Nomura did direct 15 for the most part. And I think he was involved in 13. When we say make, no one person made the game, but he was given more creative control. He was directing 13 versus 13, which became 15. You can't say he didn't direct 15 though, right? How can you say that? When you say he was taken off, that's like a year before it came out, like 2 years before it came out. Yeah, but like all of the scenario is his. All the characters are his. Like the way the game is like that because he was the guy on it, right? He's like the director, the character designer. I just don't really, you know, what I think happened to 15 is he got pulled off it. Yeah, but how do I put this? Virum Rex, like the vision of Final Fantasy 15 is still in Final Fantasy 15. The vision of Versus 13 is still in it. So if he was to make a Virum Rex game, how different really would it be from Final Fantasy 15? Do you know what I mean? Like, Noctis is Noctis. The world that it takes place in is the world that he designed. Lunafreya is the same, is still the love interest, like maybe it would bear out in a different way. But the game, do you honestly believe that they wrote the story from scratch though, Phoenix? Is that right? They wrote the scenario from scratch? I really don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, he got taken off it. I feel like it was pretty late in the piece. Like, that game started in 2006. How could they? The Versus 13 trailers show a completely different telling of the story. Do they though? Don't you, isn't it still a damsel in distress story where between it's like a bit Romeo and Juliet and a little bit damsel in distress, and you're still like the plot may be different, but like the scenario, the setup, I don't know. In any case, the things that I don't like about 15. I didn't play Skies of Arcadia, no. The things that I don't like about 15 partly is because you can tell that it changed hands halfway, and it's not really a finished thing. It doesn't have much of a vision. And I don't really like the character designs. I don't like what Nomura does these days with character design. I find it very boring. And I would say most of the Final Fantasies since 13 have been kind of boring in who their characters are. Oh, thank you, Thor. Well, I think Nomura should be blamed for a lot of things. I give him full responsibility for all the bad things. What I don't like about Nomura is that he went from being like one of the best character designers to designing characters that just wear all black all the time. And it just bothers me how many hoods and belts and overcoats have invaded Final Fantasy. Even like 16 suffers a little bit from this like emo, cool guy wearing all black thing, you know? Like, even like, not Sora. Even look at like the characters in Kingdom Hearts. Look at Sora in Kingdom Hearts 3, right? This character, look at how much black he's wearing. Right? That's the character. Look at what this character was at the beginning. Look at how cool he is. There's so much color. So cool. Even like, look at the Final Fantasy X characters. They're so interesting. They're so different and colorful and interesting. There's one of them is wearing black, right? One of them is wearing black and covered in belts. That's fine. She's like an emo character. Every other character has such different colors and shapes and forms, and it's so interesting. Even the Final Fantasy VII characters, they're so cool. Look at how many different shapes they have. The silhouettes are so different. And now look at the 15 characters. Black, 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 black. I just don't get it. The Versus 13 characters, it's the same. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like very modern, very black, very corporate, kind of high fashion in Tokyo. thing that even the Final Fantasy 13 characters are like this to an extent. There's sort of this, you know what it is? It's like they went from being like a game studio to like almost like a movie studio. Like all the characters became more human proportioned and their silhouettes became more similar and their color schemes became more muted. I just find that so boring compared to where they were at the early 3D days. Even like Lightning as a character, compared to Cloud, like they're the same thing, you know? And he's supposed to be the edgy guy in the whole cast. Like he's supposed to be the main, the only edgy one. But then they turned this character into the entire everything that is Final Fantasy. So, and you can see it in the writing too. Like the writing in FF7 is goofy. It's kind of fun. The scenario is silly. Stuff that happens is kind of weird. Like they go in a direction in 7 that's really like, it takes itself seriously. Sometimes it has fun with itself sometimes. All of the games after that, after 10, I would say, are so self-important, so serious, and like beleaguered by just sort of dry, just they lack personality, you know. So I don't know. Yeah. So all of them up until 10, including 10, are quite fantastical. There's a lot of fantasy in it, and there's a lot of like creativity. 12 it's okay. 12 is an Ivalice game, and Ivalice is almost a different studio. Like the team that makes these games are almost like the team that made Final Fantasy Tactics, and it's much more about the world that they render than the characters. I feel like the characters are sort of, they're like players. They're like players on a stage. It's like a stage production, like Shakespeare. That's what Final Fantasy 12 is, and all of those games are a bit like that. Tactics Advance. Although I like Tactics Advance more than any of the others. But that also is it's a little dry. Yeah. I mean, like, it's not a tactics game. It's not turn-based. It's not on a grid. It's kind of its own thing. And I don't know if the writing team is exactly the same as the FF Tactics writing team. By that time, we're talking about a game. The Tactics team started as like the Tactics Ogre team, which weren't even part of Square at the time when they made that game. And then by the time Tactics came out, it's sort of like a few of the key members recreated the Tactics Ogre game with Final Fantasy, became Final Fantasy Tactics. By the time 2004 rolled around when this came out, we're talking about like over a decade between this and the team that made Tactics Ogre, I think. So to say that this is the same team, I don't know if I would go that far. But the composer is the same composer all the way through. And the artists, I think, are, if not the same, there might be some of the key art team is the same. Yeah. Yeah, I do think FF15 is cringe. I think it's really cringe. A little bit. I didn't look. I actually didn't hate the how do I put this? There are elements about this game that are interesting, and if they were the basis of the game and the game was a complete game, it would be good to explore. But it's brought down by, well, just a bad story, really, I would say. But even like it's unremarkable as a game. Like the mechanics are not interesting. I don't remember any of the gameplay. It suffers from this trend that happened starting from Final Fantasy 13, which is that you only control one character. Can't stand that. I don't know. Like the franchise is built on the idea of parties, and in this game you only control one guy, which is what they did in 13. It's just like it's the cost of becoming a big franchise with like lots of production value means that the systems take a hit and the world design takes a hit. FF7 remake feels like a return to form because they're taking this what was one game and taking a game's worth of time to reproduce the level of narrative fidelity at a modern scale. That's why FF7 remake is literally taking them 10 years to create, and it's super expensive. It's a huge team. It's like the production scale is off the charts, and they still have to turn it into 3 games just to wrap their jaws around the scope of that game, right? Like Midgar is a huge city and so much happens. There are so many different places that you go just in Midgar, and in the original game it's like that's 4 hours of gameplay. So you can see how much time they're trying to take fleshing stuff out, reusing environments, because it's just too hard to produce something that big and tell this kind of story at this kind of scale in one game. Huh? Still doing that one-party control thing? No, you can control all the characters in FF7 Remake. What do you mean? You control all the characters. You can control. When you're playing the game, you'll figure it out. Once you get further into FF7, you swap characters constantly, like every 2 seconds. You input a command, and you go to your next character, and you input their command. You go to a next character, input their command, and you just do that on a loop. It's the same as the original. If you just sit on Cloud, and you just control him, the game will be harder later. Like it's because 7 Remake is them trying to establish a new system, and the whole game is the tutorial for the next 2 games. So like, because the game is the first chapter of the original, the first disc, and on the first disc you don't have the whole party the whole time. So there are a lot of times when you're just playing as Cloud, sure, but like later on, the last 2-3 chapters of Remake, from the Shinra building onwards, you have to control every character all the time, or else you'll be wailing on enemies and bosses for a long time. The very much encourages you to swap. And you can play it that way. You just press X and then you just pick whichever characters you want in bullet time and you just make them do the things. Yeah. It's not... Because you kind of want to like... The characters actually have like interesting roles. You can like open up an enemy and then you swap a character and then you like do damage dealing with the other. Yeah, it switches a lot. You can kind of play it how you like to. I don't mind getting into the swapping and like min-maxing it a little bit. It does slow down the action, but that's turn-based. Like, of course, it slows down the action. But it's almost like if you keep your headspace in the, what's it called? The game time. If you're thinking about what's happening in real time in the game, not as the player, then when you pause the game to input all the commands, it feels like it's happening instantly in a way. It's like, well, I'm pausing, XYZ, do all this stuff, and then go. And then you watch it all happen and you go, ah, that was cool. So. Anyway. Yeah, it's not like FF15. FF15 is just, you just play one character and you're just sort of running around as one guy and the other characters just help out and not much is happening. Like you're just playing as Noctis and all of the tools are happening within Noctis's control. Whereas in FF7 Remake, it really is like, oh, I really can't do this unless I'm controlling Barrett. You know, I really need him for this particular bit. Or in order to beat this enemy, first I need to use Barrett's move to do this, and then I need to use Tifa's move to do that. And then I'll be able to do this other thing and blah, blah, blah. That's how it plays. I have a thing with this animation that I'm doing at the moment that I'm not sure about. And it's this idea of, if I do this animation, do I animate it frame by frame like this? Or do I make it 2 or 3 keyframes and just go, dut, dut, dut? I don't know. I feel like it would need to be at least double the frame rate of what it is now to get what I want out of it, right? Which is I want this really like clear kick moment where he kicks off the wall and I want him to sort of sail a little bit in the air. And I feel like that would be best visualized with having, say, this frame hold for like 1, 2, 3, like maybe this shouldn't even exist. Maybe it should stay as this and then go straight to this. You know, something like that. Like, because if it's moving physically and it's animating, it's very hard to follow. Like a run animation, visually on screen, it's quite stable. So you're actually able to follow the legs quite simply because the camera's following you. Whereas here the camera won't be following you. So you're moving and you're animating. It's just going to look like a mess of pixels. This is something that I'm trying to be very conscious of as I get towards this this demo, because if I'm delegating some of these to somebody else, I don't want them to waste time animating in areas that aren't going to be like visible, right? It doesn't convert very well, this kind of action. No, it needs to... No. This is a gameplay. The arc of it needs to be there for the reason that it's there. Hey, Game Dizzy. Like, the actual jump... The jump itself is based on... Hang on a second. What am I doing here? So, like, this... The amount that you come off the wall... This... That's set in stone. I can't really change that. Or at least it needs to work with that. So, I mean, we could take a screenshot. That's probably a better way to do this. Yeah, it's even worse. It needs to go even further. Actually, I mean... Yeah, it's basically that. Hey, Koloyo, I'm using Unity. Maybe I should look at Prince of Persia. Oh, this is 2008 Prince of Persia. Wow, this looks kind of garbage. That animation. We were looking at this the other day. Okay, so it's this basically, right? Oh, okay, he's already back. When he gets off the wall, he's already horizontal. That gives us a lot of space to work with then. Because it means we can basically start at this. So yeah, one knee up, one knee on the wall. And then what's the first thing that happens? Oh, he kind of just pivots immediately. But I think I want more of a kick. Hey, Ravenous. For a guy so focused in art, how did you get around the coding aspect of game dev? I wasn't this invested in art when I was learning programming. So I had always liked art. I'd always been interested in it. I guess, no, that's not really accurate. How do I put this? So the first things that I did learning, hang on a second. Let me take a minute just to explain this. I was really into animation at the time, like really into animation. And when I learned programming, one of the first things I did was learn how to animate a character and play the animation back in my code, right? Using code to play back animation frames, and then using code to move the character around with those animation frames. That's how I learned code, was doing that stuff. So I was into animation, I was making my own stuff, and learning to just make stuff happen with code. That's kind of how I learned code. Make sense? I did obviously learn a little bit of, like, I learned a bit at university, stuff like that. A lot of self-taught stuff, but it's not really, they're not separate things in terms of, like, you don't have to just learn art or programming. You can learn both. So he's got like, he doesn't do a very good job. Why don't I just watch a real person do it? So the leg plants and then they rotate. It's really just one leg doing all the movement. Let's do this. Let's separate the two so we can see what's happening.
Don't be afraid to borrow. Chord progressions, sounds, little ditties, tiny things. Just snatch them all up.
Thank you so much, DFB, for the sub. Welcome back. How's it going?
And that's one of the reasons why I can churn stuff out, is because I don't have a problem with reusing or borrowing something that I heard. And I used to, because I thought it was not original, not creative. But I quickly found out that I am not original or creative. I can't make up a new thing. And I very much doubt, anyways, that any of the people that I listen to were the first ones to think of a particular progression. So once you get over that, sounding good is easy. So just borrow. Basically, let's just copy it and just do a little changey thing and pretend, like it's yours. No one will know. No one knows. The new generation now can steal everything from the older generation.
abilities. There's only so many different things you can do.
Yeah, you don't want to push it. Don't be blatant about it. Be subtle. Like a sneaky thief in the night. And also be respectful, like leave them like a little note saying thank you very much for what you've done. If you listen enough, you start to pick up on the enormous amount of repetitive, the same chord progression over and over and over again. Within the same artist all the time. It's easy to churn out a lot of songs if you have a lot of different chord progressions in your mind and you know that, you know what, if I do this and I do this, it'll sound new enough.
I don't really agree with what's being said in this audio clip. I'm not really into it. It's a little that's not really how I feel about plagiarism at all. I think you should try to avoid that kind of thing. I'm very sentimental, and I'm not the kind of person who would advocate for like blatant theft. I do not believe. I had an argument with a friend about this recently, actually, about like Pal World and the death of the author. Do you guys know about this? This Roland Barthes essay about that the meaning of things is what we as the audience make it to be, and the owner doesn't have any power over it. The person who wrote it is not the owner of it. How it's received is more foundational, I guess, in like determining its meaning. And that's kind of it's a very what's the word? It's a very rough explanation of what it is, but I do not believe that at all. I'm a designer. All I do is make decisions. All I do is decide how things should be, and with an authority that I hope other people can see and respect. Like when you make something, there's so much of you in that thing. How can anybody take that away from you? And I feel like when we talk about like ownership of copyright material, like if you made it, yeah, like if the thing is valuable and people like it, of course you should, some part of that is yours. And if someone just takes that thing and doesn't attribute they don't attribute and they don't transform and they just take it, that's theft to me. I think that way. Especially if it's something that where the value of a thing can be found. Like if it's intellectual property, like yeah, man. A lot of people that I've been speaking to about Pal World say they have this attitude of like, oh, screw Nintendo because screw them. It's like, what do you mean? Just because you don't like them doesn't mean they don't own their own content. Like that's no reason to believe something or not. Just because you don't like someone. You know, if someone blatantly stole your designs, you would be upset about it. I just think it's not theft if it doesn't deprive you of it. No, I disagree. I disagree with that. I feel like that idea is it's such a toxic idea because it's so intellectually dishonest about what it is that copyright is. You don't understand copyright if you think that it's not theft. Like, and look, to me, there's another layer of this. I think of it as like, there's copyright, as it is written today in different jurisdictions in different countries around the world, and then there is the ethics behind why copyright exists. And my interpretation of those ethics is not based on capital, in terms of like literal physical capital. That's what we're talking about. That's what, when you say, well, they're not stealing anything because you can copy it, that's what you're describing is the capital of data in that sense, like the printed disc or the design. It's like, well, you've still got it, so it's not stolen. But what we're really talking about when we're talking about intellectual property is intellectual property, right? It is the set of design choices that make the thing itself, that the conceptual space that identifies, we value that as being ownable or attributable, right? So the idea that someone took the time to design Pokemon, right? The art style, the colors, the forms, the features, the way they move, the idea of elemental attribution, the way that Pokemon, what makes Pokemon Pokemon and not something else, those things are attributable to the people who designed it. And it wasn't an accident. They didn't discover Pokemon. They designed Pokemon. They created it. Because of that, if you just take this and that from Pokemon and say, well, I took a bunch of different Pokemon and now I've made it and called it this. It's like, yeah, but you literally just went to what someone else created and you copied it. And now you're devaluing what that is because it makes it harder to identify what that is. Now that your thing exists, it makes other people's perception of that thing harder to be, like the identity of it gets watered down, because now when we talk about Pokemon, we're not necessarily just talking about Pokemon, we're also talking about Pal World. There's a bunch of like, I guess, protections that we try to put in place. The reason why copyright exists is because the people who make something deserve to have some control over it. That's the idea. Right? So because a whole bunch of bad things happen when you don't let that be the case. That's what I think. So like I think that Pokemon deserves to exist as a property. And I believe that its place in culture, the impact that it's had, that shouldn't be something that can be, especially while the IP is active, like before copyright expires on Pokemon. It's 20 years old. You know, copyright lasts 100 years at least in a lot of jurisdictions. While Pokemon is being made, the people who make it should have control over like what it is and ownership over the things that make it that, I think. So I don't think that Dragon Quest and Pokemon, when I talk about the IP, man, I didn't think I'd talk about this today. We're not talking about the idea of these things, right? We're not talking about the notion of a dragon that's orange, right? That's not, you can't protect that with copyright. We're not talking about, oh, it's a stag beetle or, oh, it's a dragon. Those obviously are not copyrightable, right? That's not something that you can own. What you can own is the literal forms and features of what make this a Pokemon, right? The actual, like the design elements that make Growlithe, you can own that, right? Because it's not just a dog, right? It's a dog drawn a very, very specific way that has fire powers, that blah, blah, blah. You can own that. Like, just like when you draw a piece of art, that art is attributable to you and you are given copyright protection over that art immediately once you draw it. This is what people don't understand. It's not that an art style is not art, but a piece of art drawn in an art style is art, right? So like Psyduck, you can copyright protect that, right? 100% you can, if it's distinct enough. And the thing is, these all have names and they all have a place in culture. So the fact that I can look at a Palworld creature and say, oh, that's Chansey or whatever, that the fact that we collectively can do that, like, oh, that's Suicune, and they just took Sir Viper's body and put it on Suicune or whatever. Like that feels wrong, doesn't it? Doesn't that inherently feel wrong? If you can make those kinds of connections immediately, you can say, oh, that's just Pokemon X and Pokemon Y put together. To me, that's like a smoking gun. That like, oh, there's something wrong here, that I can name it, you know? Because it's one thing to say, like, for example, Digimon and Pokemon. Digimon and Pokemon are like not similar. They're both anime. They're both about creatures that people can befriend, that fight. But I've never confused a Digimon for a Pokemon. I've never looked at a Digimon and gone, oh, that's this specific Pokemon. The art styles are different. The forms and features of them are different. The designs are different. It's not just about that. It's the idea of creatures. It's that it's this specific creature, and whether or not it appears in a different part, like IP, right? But that's the point. The point I'm trying to make is that you can't look at one and the other and say, oh, this is just that. You can't, right? Like none of these creatures look like any Pokemon. Not in their design, not in their proportions, not in any aspect of them, to me. Right? It's a similar kind of concept. Conceptually, there's something there of evolution. But this doesn't look like a Charmander. It just doesn't. Even this, it was this Garamon, I don't know what this is called. Even this doesn't really look like. How is this? This is Charmander adjacent to you? But this is based on a T-Rex. And the other one's based on a dragon. And the T-Rex that this looks more like Gon from Tekken than it does a Charmander. You're saying this looks like Charmander? But it doesn't have a type. Hang on a second. Let's be clear. What elements are copied? None of the shapes are the same. None of the shapes. Look at the forms and features of what make this a Pokemon, right? I feel like to me this is so obvious. Like this is not this, right? This is not that. This is not this. They're not the same design decisions, right? Like you can draw dragons, people can draw lizards, and they're not the same thing. Just because they are both based on bipedal reptiles doesn't mean they are the same. There's nothing about them that's the same. Arguably, maybe the eyes, but even the eyes. One has eyes that look like this. This is Charmander's eyes. This is Garumon's eyes, or whatever his name is. Garumon? Like, there's a difference in each of the decisions. You can actually look at all of the elements and compare them individually and say, which of these is the same? Which element is the same? Not the hands, not the tail, not the feet, not the chest, not the mouth. So they're not derivative of each other. Agumon? I can't remember what they're called. No, but what I don't like about Palworld is that you can look at Palworld and you can see specific derivations. That's what I don't like. Like this. Oh man, I can see, like you can see which Pokemon. Even let's go like let's go find, what's that Suicune Pokemon? Where's the one that I found? Not this one. There's a character in Palworld that's just, it's just the same thing where they've taken a character and it's just like, it's just like, even this, like that's a, I think that, is it Seviper? What is the name of the Pokemon that's literally this, but it's green? Superior? Yeah. Yeah, Superior. It's like, you're so... It's not... This is not an accident. How like, some of these shapes are so... Hang on a second. It's not just that it's a snake, right? It's the way that the mouth is formed, right? As this line underneath here. It's the way that the eye sits at the junction of these two colors for the top and bottom, right? There's like specific similarities that are not accidental. Look at the way that this tapers and look at the way that this tapers. It's like, you can see that someone sat down. Look at the way that the design is focused right at the center of the chest. Look at the thickness of this, the ratio of this to this to this. It's like copying someone's homework. It's not just like, oh, you know, it's not just, oh, I drew a snake and you drew a snake. Anyone could draw a snake. It's like, yeah, but you looked at this snake when you drew that snake. You know? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, right? So I can't say you should go to jail for doing this. But I don't like what I'm seeing. It feels unjust in some way. I wouldn't recommend someone to create their intellectual property this way. You know? To me, it's just, there's something, and this is just a drawing. Like, I mean, what about the models? Like, who knows what the idle pose is in the game? Like, maybe it's even more, you know, I've seen like people taking the models and putting them side by side, and it's like, even like the way that the tail, this tail tapering off to the left like that, it does the same thing, you know? It's this, it's like, it's not anything like this. This to me is like, you're in a different world. Like, not even close. No, this guy didn't, the person who drew this and the person who drew this are like planets apart compared to the comparison between these two. Like, to me, and the other thing, pocket pair. Okay, look at their next game that's coming out. Okay. Does this remind you of any other game? Does this remind you of anything? I would say this isn't as bad, but there's something here. I can see very clearly what game it's supposed to be. You know, like, it's weird. I don't like it. I don't like looking at this and going, oh, that's Hollow Knight. You know? It's Hollow Knight. Even the other game, even Craftopia, it's like, oh, this is Breath of the Wild. Like, that's Link, and he's looking over Hyrule. Like, same company. Why is she wearing a blue shawl and have blonde hair and blue eyes? Like, what? Did you have to? Did you have to do that? I just don't like it. I don't like it. And it's not, you know, sure, I can't. Okay, it's legal, whatever, sure. If you say so. But I am in the world that if I was the God King of the world, I would have, there would be there would be something in place to stop this from happening like this, you know? It's not good for the industry when a game, when stuff is derivative by design. I don't like derivative by design. You know? But we're talking about, so Ravenous, the difference between game mechanics and designs, to me, is very different. So the idea of Battle Royale wasn't designed, it wasn't created by PUBG, right? You could look at the Hunger Games or Battle Royale. This has existed as a concept way before. And the notion of what PUBG is versus Fortnite, like all of that stuff doesn't add anything. So if you go from like Battle Royale to Hunger Games to PUBG to Fortnite, at no point along the way was a design decision made that's so critical to the success of the thing that you would say, well, this should be owned by that thing. Right? So just the idea of lots of people fighting each other until one is left is not really protectable, because It's not owned. It's not owned by any of them because it's not substantial enough to be copyrightable. So what I'm talking about, it's like, I don't think that it's a question of like, oh, you shouldn't copy anyone. Obviously, nothing's original. It's very obvious and clear, and we can all agree that like nothing's original, everything's been done before. But I think that good creative practice, if you were to go to like an art school, and you were to ask a professor, or if you were given a class on using references, there would be a standard, right? And I've put some time and thought into this as well. I've got a video on YouTube called How to Use References. So the argument would be something like this. It's impossible to create something original. So everything has a source somewhere. And if you don't do research, you're probably, there's probably something in the back of your brain where you copied something from anyway, right? Like, because you saw it somewhere. Okay, sure. If we were to make that process explicit by using references, okay, the advice that one is given in order to make something more original, more transformative, at the very least, you derive from multiple places and you transform. Okay, so you make something that is inspired by 5 different things, right? Maybe it's the overlap between those 5 things where there is an original and novel, valuable thing that hasn't been explored yet. That is valuable to society for you to do that, right? It's like, what if Final Fantasy Tactics was a roguelike, or what if, whatever. You mix and match stuff to make something new. That's fine. But Pokemon with guns is not, like, conceptually, not that I'm saying that, again, Pokemon with guns doesn't feel right because it's not transformative or diverse enough in what it derives from that even in the conversation of like society, like socially, we recognize that most of the value of what it is comes from somewhere else. I don't like that we can do that. It feels like homogenous. It feels like it's going to end with lots and lots of games that are all kind of the same. You know what I mean? So it's not that the game being deeper than that. Like, I haven't played it, and I'm not making a comment on whether the game is fun or whether the game in its gameplay is original. I'm not saying that it is Pokemon with guns. I'm saying it's marketed as Pokemon with guns because of its visual identity. And the thing that I think is worth protecting when we talk about copyright, particularly with intellectual property, what's worth protecting is the identity of the thing. So it's not that it's, oh look, it's like Ark, it's not like Pokemon. So it can't be stealing from Pokemon because it's got Ark mechanics in it. That's not where my qualms are. My issues with it are with the fact that when you look at it, you see just Pokemon with guns. It shouldn't look like something else so obviously. It should reflect the myriad of things that it was inspired by, and it should, if it is unique, it should look unique, right? Why should it look like something else? But visually it is marketed that way. That's what I'm saying. This is my personal opinion. When I look at the characters in Pal World, I don't see something that is marketed as this isn't an original idea to me. Like it's trying to be something else. This doesn't have the word Pokemon branded on top, but visually it does. Like conceptually, the flavor of it might as well say the word Pokemon on top. Do you know what I mean? You can't just like, it's like when you take an essay and you go into Microsoft Word, you take your friend's homework and you right click all the big words and use synonyms. Like, okay, sure, you didn't literally use their exact words, but it's obvious that the parts that matter are being used. The visual language, that's the way I would describe it. And it's not just art style, it's the visual, it's visual plagiarism. That's how I think about it. Yeah. But even, it's not just someone on the street who didn't play Power World. It's people who have played Pokemon are designed to find this appealing, not because it's an original idea, but because it is based on a Pokemon. Do you know what I mean? Like it's targeting the intellectual property of Pokemon. It's capitalizing on the value that the Pokemon franchise has. That's what I don't like about it. Do you know what I mean? If the Pokemon in Pal World didn't look like Pokemon, it's a different game. It's a different problem. It's a different conversation. It's the fact that it looks so much like it. You think Pokemon owns simple 3D flat shaded versions of animals and no one can do it? No, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying we've looked at the individual sprites, the individual designs, and we've gone, oh, this is this Pokemon. It's designed side by side next to another one. I mean this is the Gen 2 grass type. This is the Chikorita. What's the third evolution of Chikorita? It's so close to Bayleaf. Is that what it's called? Like the fact that you can, it's like, yeah, Meganium and Gudra. Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty similar, but no, it's more like maybe not Bayleaf. What's the next one after that? Meganium? Oh, that's the one we were talking about. Yeah. It's like, just things like that, or it's like you clearly, you know. Anyway. Even this looks like, what's the word? What's the name? Like Jirachi, is it? Anyway. I don't want to get too far into this conversation. This is like, it's a Pokemon that looks like that. That's a chimp Pokemon. Not Chimchar. What's the other one? The green one? Not that one. I feel like I know this Pokemon. That feels so wrong. Pansage. Like, bro, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's not a different thing. You know, he took all the ideas. The ears and the thing on the head, it's like you just press synonym. Oh, it bothers me. Yeah. I don't look. I wouldn't have had a problem. Like, there's other things like cassette. What's it called? Cassette beasts. Is that what it's called? Like, this is a Pokemon-like game. Okay. When I look at the cassette beasts creatures, I don't think that that's a rip-off of Pokemon. Right? Like, literally none of these look like Pokemon. Straight away. There are outside influences that have nothing to do with Pokemon that immediately no one looks at this and goes, Pokemon. Right? It's a different art style. They're different different forms, right? Different visual language. It's clear. It's just a different thing. So it doesn't feel like it's cashing in. It doesn't feel like, oh, you just did this, but then you did that. It's like, no, someone drew whatever this is basically from scratch, right? Like, you can just see it. There's just like no Pokemon that looks like that. Like, maybe this is inspired by Paris. You know, maybe from Gen 1. But the traffic cone is so original. It's so different, you know? What about Dragon Quest? But I feel this... I can say that between Pokemon and Dragon Quest. Like, I don't look at these and go, oh, look, that's literally Golbat. No, that's just a bat. They don't feel the same. They're not the design choices aren't the same. This has got like a dude's face underneath it. That's nothing alike. Like you can't trademark, like you can't copyright a gold dragon. Right? Like these are different things. The ideas aren't the same. You know? This isn't even the same kind of dragon as that. Like, these are completely different. I don't know. Just to me, again, it's not, and this is like whoever did this is trying their hardest, and it's not even close. Like, at best, you could say maybe some of the concepts, like some of the ideas are similar, like this guy is shoots poison and this guy shoots poison and they're kind of purple and round. But like, shoots poison and purple and round is not the same as, like, I don't look at that and go, that's a Pokemon, because its design isn't the same. Like, it's not, I don't know how to I don't know how else to break down or clarify this thing of like visual design language used specifically for copyrightable character designs, right? Like this and this idea of like the like, look at how much is actually the same if we look between these two. And I'm not saying that Pokemon owns this, but in a game where all of these things are also the same, it's like, oh, did you have to like do could you not have at least done this with the eyes? You know, could you not have at least given it a mouth? Like, it's like, you know, like it's little things like that. This is, I mean, I don't know if this is in the game. If this is in the game, that's crazy. I don't know. These ones aren't, I'm not as offended by some of these. It's more just like, this is okay, I guess. Like if they were all about as far as this and this, if this was about as close as they ever got, I probably wouldn't have much to say about it. Do you know what I mean? If it was just like that, it's like, oh, they just took the same kind of face shape and the same kind of eye concept. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. If that's all it was. But it's more than that. You know, this is not even a... It's that, like, it keeps coming up over and over and over again. No, it's not AI designed. I don't understand why anyone has to say anything about it. AI has no place in this conversation as far as I'm concerned. It's not relevant. You can just say it's derivative. You don't have to say AI made it. No, it's not like that. It's not like I think what they did was they went into Maya and they ripped Pokemon designs, right? They literally ripped the models. They put them down in a scene, and then next to them, they just made something different. That's what I think. So they had them as a reference, like, okay, here's Lucario. I'm going to make something that's basically this, but I'm going to put my little spin on it. That's what it feels like they did. I don't think they literally copied and pasted the models. I don't think there even is AI to do model generation like that. Maybe you know, who knows, but I don't think so. I think it was just, in my mind, it's just lots of careful copying. It's just lots of looking at one thing or another and going, okay, I'm just going to make this. Here we go. And there are times there's a Pal World. There's one specific instance that's really, really obvious. This thing here, where they literally, you can see this character's hair is this character's hair, and it has the spaces where the bunches should be, where the bracelet things are, the hair ties, but the hair ties aren't there. So like, what, like, that's, to me, that's like just silly, right? Like this with the kickback thing here and the kickback thing here, and then the second piece, 1, 2, 1, 2, like it is the same. It is that. The only difference is this doesn't have the pearls on it, but it should have the pearls on it, because why else is it tapering like this? Do you know, like, that's plagiarism to me. If not like evidence in court, it's at the very least like, come on, man. Like, come on, dude. Yeah. That's just how that's what I think. Like, so yeah, sorry that I didn't respect the focus mode. I'm just, I'm caught here. To me, when I look at stuff like this, it's like we can have multiple conversations at once as a community. We can say, hey, I agree with you, right? If your opinion on this is, you know what, this is the perfect, you know, kick up the ass that the Pokemon company needs, this just goes to show that someone else can make a better Pokemon than Pokemon can. That's great. I'm with you on it. It's fine. There's no problem whatsoever with the idea that competition, you know, is a good thing. I'm with you on it. You know, make a game where you capture monsters and make it better than Pokemon, make it more optimized and more fun, make it more diverse. Great. Sounds like a plan. But I can feel that, and I can also say, oh, and they ripped some of these Pokemon designs and I wish they didn't, you know? Like, they're different conversations. We can have both at the same time. If it was me, if I'm Nintendo's lawyers, I'd be gearing up for a lawsuit. Why not? I mean, like, some of this stuff you can pretty easily pin down and say, hey, this is literally our character designs. You know, our IP is being damaged by this. I think that's a worthwhile thing for them to do. And I think that they should. I feel like they have to do it. If I'm the Pokemon company, I feel like they have to protect their IP. And even if they fail, they have to at least try. That's what I would do. And I'm not defending... That doesn't mean that I think Pokemon Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet are good games. I think they're garbage and I wouldn't play them. And if I had a choice, if you were to say, hey, would you prefer to play Pal World or Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? I'd probably choose Pal World. But I still feel like the practice of taking a game and going, we're just going to make this, right? And we're going to take all of the things that people recognize about it, and we're going to import that into our thing so that people look at our thing and go, oh, that looks like a different or fun version of this other thing that I already like. At the level of singular derivation, I think that's dangerous. You shouldn't be able to look at a game and say, that's just Hollow Knight, or that's just Breath of the Wild, or that's just Pokemon. You shouldn't be able to do that. It just feels weird. It doesn't feel, it doesn't make me look forward to a world where that's like, because like it's a strategy that works, right? It's the same thing as YouTube thumbnails. Like when every YouTube thumbnail uses the exact same strategy to get my attention, I start hating YouTube. I start finding it harder to scroll through YouTube because everything is as loud and uses the exact same techniques as everything else. And I can't appreciate the diversity, and I can't make decisions as a consumer in that space. I don't like that. Just as a person. And you know what? I don't care whether or not someone else is okay with copies. I'm not okay with it, you know? I'm drawing with a tablet at the moment. Like, that's just how I feel. Like, you guys can disagree with me. It's fine, but I feel this way. And I don't feel like I'm wrong to feel this way either. I feel like it's super bothersome if you don't care about like the things that copyright is trying to protect. I feel like you will care eventually, you know? Like people complain that everything's the same these days, but they don't, like, you can't have that complaint while also saying, lol, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like diversity is a good thing. Why shouldn't we try to protect things that are original to encourage more diversity? Why can't we be specific about the kinds of things that should be protected? Why can't we be specific about that? And why can't we have clear standards and follow those standards? And then, you know, it just seems like It's not about whether or not you like Palworld. It's whether or not you like being able to scroll through Steam and understanding what games are what, you know? I don't know. I feel this way. And I think that AI, if you have a problem with AI art, you should have a problem with this. Not because it's AI art, but because it's the same problem. It's the same issue. Of like, well, everything's just going to end up looking the same. If it's okay to just copy wholesale an idea, like a visual identity of something, if it's okay to just go, well, it doesn't matter because nothing's original, so blah, 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 then like, I guess be okay with like all of your TV shows looking the same and all the movies basically being the same. And everything being like super flavor of the month, you know? Something comes out, somebody does something that looks good or is cool, and then you just see that same thing for like a decade. Like we were complaining like, what, 7-8 years ago, everybody in the games industry was complaining about how many zombies games there were. Everybody was like, oh God, there are so many games about zombies. I'm so tired of zombies in games. Why complain about that? You know? It's like, well, because it's kind of boring when everything's the same. And sure, no one's going to go to jail for making a zombie game, but like, can we not have some kind of standard that we put in place whereby like we don't have to get to the point where everything already is the same before like trying to encourage things to be different? You know, I like genre stuff. You know, I like different things. And I like the same things too. But I know when something is so similar that like the conversation around the two things is going to stop the two things from being enjoyed. Like it ruins the genre if too many things are the same. The Metroidvania genre is worse because there are so many Hollow Knight games. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Slippery Gecko. So I don't need them to be in the same coordinates because I have a system that lets me it basically lets me take the differences between them, right? And then those differences get resolved into velocity changes. So I wrote a system that lets me not need to re-drag them. But because you don't have that system, if you were asking for my advice as to how you should do it, pardon me, yeah, you would have to drag them to the same point. When are we getting Insignia with guns? Jesus Christ. And look, like, I'm not here saying like everyone needs to be X percentage original all the time, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, if there's something about like, and of course this is like extremely difficult to police. So like when I say this, I hope we can all, you know, whatever. Messai, thank you so much for the sub. I hope we can all kind of understand what I'm trying to get at here. If, let's just say, Chrono Trigger came out in the 1990s, right? And no other RPGs like Chrono Trigger came out until Sea of Stars. In that universe, I think I'm okay with Sea of Stars being very much like Chrono Trigger, because I can recognize that, hey, like it's been a long time since we've had anything like this, and the IP of Chrono Trigger is not being actively maintained. So like the people who are hungry for this thing, you know, it's like the intellectual property is almost being like not the IP itself, but the IP adjacent stylistic and gameplay mechanics and all the things that we associate with Chrono Trigger. I'm okay with Sea of Stars being closer because of how sparse it is, right? The amount of stuff in that space. Obviously that's not enforceable because how do you say when it's too dense, right? How do you say, well, you can have 2 Hollow Knight clones, but only the first 5 years of the game coming out, and then after 20 years you can have 5 more Hollow Knight clones? You know, like no one's going to say that, but I feel like we can all agree that too much of the same thing is too much, and when something's too derivative, it feels weird and we don't like it. So like what we should at least be doing is, as a culture, calling out when stuff is kind of icky and being like, there's something wrong about this that isn't really necessarily being captured by the law. Maybe the law isn't responsible for policing this, but like maybe culturally we can all agree, like we want stuff to be cool and sufficiently original to not bear down and wear out other stuff. So like, why don't we just say, hey, like, this is me doing it, right? This is me saying, hey, I think Power World's designs are kind of a little too close to Pokemon. It makes me feel icky and I won't play it. Like, that's just how I feel. I'm not trying to convince you to feel that way, but because I feel that way, I feel like I have to say it, you know? Hey, Set Geeks. It works. It works. The hedgehogs can crawl on the walls. Look at that. There he goes. And you can also knock him off. Hang on a second. You can also knock him off the walls, and you can slam him down. The journey continues. Like, you know, let's take another angle on this. There's like another way that I could talk about this with you guys, very briefly. I'm very passionate about this conversation. I hope you don't mind. I think it's interesting. For me, right, there are engineers and artists and whatever. There are people who worked on Pal World, let's just say, who probably worked very hard on that game. There's a lot of good engineering in Pal World, I'm sure. I mean, people say it's a really good game, so I'm assuming that it's high quality, right? Doesn't it feel like it's doing all of the original aspects of that game a disservice for there to be such obvious derived or derivative aspects of it? Like, wouldn't you prefer for your work to be recognizable as your work as opposed to recognizable as somebody else's work? Like, the bits that are good, they should be visible as themselves. That's what I think. Like, if I made something and then everybody just said, oh, Insignia is just some other game, like it's Owlboy with swords. If that's all people said about my game, I would be sad about it. You know? That would make me upset. So to do it on purpose, it just feels like a total misapprehension of like I don't know. It just feels so weird. Like, cause I put a lot of time and energy into like making my thing, you know? Hey, Innovative Foxes, thanks for the follow. Our boy but thirstier. Hey, Erathons, thanks for the follow. Would I recommend CS50 into CS50 Python? CS50 into C... I don't know what that is. I have no idea what CS50 is. I never heard of it. Why not just... I mean, just learn Python if you want. I want you to do another jam. Great seeing more programming and design. Oh, it's an MIT class. Oh, Harvard class. Right. Sure. Aren't some titles in their respective genres so dominant that you almost cannot make a game in the genre without being compared to the other game? Like WoW in MMORPGs. I do not think so. No, I don't think so. I think that well, let's just be clear. When we say compared, I don't mean compared in a sense of these two things are the same thing. Like for example, the comparisons between Pokemon and Power World are that they are difficult to discern the differences between. That's a negative comparison. A comparison of like two science fiction films over their execution, like to say World of Warcraft is more addicting than Guild Wars or whatever, like that's not a comparison over their forms and features being the same. It's a comparison over the execution. So comparisons are okay. There's no problem with critical comparison. That's totally fine. It's more about the confusion between two things. And I personally would say that I reject the idea that there are any works of fiction. I mean, the biggest one would be Tolkien and fantasy. That's, if you want to go for a work of fiction or a work in a medium that is so impactful that it overshadows the entire genre and informs the entire genre, I would say it's Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and every other fantasy that's come since then. I think that if your fantasy has halflings and orcs and, Nazgul in it, yeah, you probably are plagiarizing a little. You probably are copying, And I think D&D does stray a little, some of D&D's ideas are a little Tolkienish, but these things are a little bit different because their aesthetic features are not so blatant. It's not a visual medium. I think visuals are a space where it's easier to plagiarize. Like for Tolkien, what do you say is copyrightable? Is it the names? I mean, names you can swap. Is it the themes? No, you can't copyright those. Is it the plot? It's plot copyrightable? I don't know. But I do think that it's a bad thing that so much fantasy has such how do I put this? I dislike how homogenous fantasy is to the extent that Tolkien's work has informed it that strongly. I agree. I agree. I don't like that. It makes it harder to appreciate both. Wouldn't you say? Hang on, I gotta flip him around. I don't like how this works. And I've probably done something wrong. It does have the track pivot on, and it is working. I didn't do a very good job of it. I think I'll take it back. And I think I will just place it in place. I think it's too complicated. So the center is here. I tried. I don't think the system's mature enough to do what I'm trying to get it to do. With such diverse pivot points and stuff. Whoop, 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 whoop. I just plagiarized Futurama. I just copied Zoidberg. Cancelled. Hey! Woo! That's kind of cool. Could probably end a frame earlier. I don't think we need that last frame. Oh, maybe. Maybe we do. I think I'll just make him do the backflip if you're not on a wall. Yeah, it's the fact that it slows down. I think we need the actual velocity to maintain itself, which means this needs to be more linear. This can stay like this, but it needs to not peter out too much. Actually, you know what? It does need to be like as linear as possible. Yeah, that's way better. This is in Unity. I still think that the animation's kind of a little jarring. But I think that it's kind of right. It feels pretty much right. It's just that it's moving very fast. Not really. I mean, sort of. Look at how far apart his legs are. I think I just need more frames. I think if you were just able to see it more clearly. It's just that the resolution, the time sampling is too far apart for it to be very clear what's happening. I mean, I can try to get it closer, but it's only, what, 6 frames? Oh, he's still very small. Draw me like one of your French girls. I think that the wall climb speed is a little too high. Let's make it just 2. 3 is, I mean, this is a lot slower now, but we'll see how we go. It's a little slow. It might need to be like, you get like a burst or like, I don't know. I feel like it's feels a little linear right now. But I don't want, like if I'm running away from an enemy and I do this and I flip behind them, you know, I want to be able to do that in a reasonable size. Oh, that looks so good. You know, if you go too fast, now you're up here and it's like a little weird. You kind of lose the combo. Let's try something. What? That's cool. Maybe we keep it like this. Oh no, he stole it. I want the wall run back. Got it. Come on now. Oh, that's so fun. How do the abilities work? Okay. The abilities, you steal them from enemies. And yeah, you can swap and lose them. So when you start without any abilities, and you can hold one ability of each type at any given time. You have to unlock the abilities first in the game to even have access to them. But even once you've unlocked them, you have to take them off of enemies. So that enemy had this wall run. I would need to have killed that enemy to do this to get up here. I mean, you can also wall jump, but that's a separate thing. So this ability is a forward thrust. Once the enemy's dead, you just get to do whatever you want. But if the enemy's alive, they can steal the ability back. Then you can do fun platforming stuff. Yeah, so this area is like a puzzle. It's like you have to defeat all the enemies, and then you have to figure out how to use the abilities in a way to get around the level correctly. The abilities can only be used once in the air at a time. You can hold up to 4. You can see it in the top left. So there are little test areas that I've got in the game where I can sort of show you a bit more. Are there bosses? Yep. No, they don't have mega abilities. Oh god. There are abilities that are more useful in combat. Oh no, camera's stuck. Oh no. Okay. So like here, we've already got one yellow ability. And there are 2 different abilities here. Oh gosh, I might die here. So now I've got one of everything. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And then I can do something like this, and then down into that. So you can slide, you can go back, you can jump, and you can dive. And that now gives you a bit of control for how you're going to do this. Ugh. We just got Shoryukened off the level. Oh no! I didn't roll fast enough. Oh. Yeah. So there's, you know, all kinds of stuff you can do. Am I seeing YouTube chat? Am I seeing YouTube chat? Sterling Seiler? I can see that. Oh, I missed the super chat. Hey, Sterling. Sorry I missed that. I've been a little bit, tunnel vision today. Thank you so much for the $2. Sterling says, pair character turning around and waving his hand, saying, hey you, while lowering his glasses. I'm so new to I'm new, so this might be a dumb question, but did you work on Celeste or was that a tutorial? I love the game. Got me into game dev part-time. I didn't work on Celeste, no. No, I'm making a game that I guess, you know, has similar platforming elements, but no, that was made by a team that's called, what are they called now? They used to be called Matt Makes Games. Now they are called Kinda Something Games. I don't remember what they're called. EXOK? Extremely okay. That's right. Extremely okay games. Yeah. No, I do everything myself. Exoc. Maybe I should rename my studio Uphill. Uphill Games. They're making a game called Earthblade at the moment. that studio. Okay. Sick. Well, I'm actually like very happy with how that kick turned out. I'm going to code it now so that the kick happens if you're not on a wall. Hire Sisyphus as your PR person. Yeah, Towerfall was a Matt Makes Games game. Not here. Hey. Yeah, so this is gonna go. Grinding and grinding. Oof. Okay, now why did that happen? What is going on? Oh, but then yeah, okay. Can I jump over him? I wonder. Hey, Flex Ice. Flex Ice? Flexes? Flexic E? Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Thank you so much for the sub. You can jump over him. Whoop. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't think it is fluid and smooth, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you so much. Whoop. Oh, I don't have the jump. Fun. The grab state has an almond baked into the animation, and almond disappears. So almond's not technically on. Well, he's just invisible during that. And then when he gets thrown, he gets placed at the thrown position with the velocity and then re-enabled visually, and then it just continues from there. Ah. Whoa, that's so cool. Getting the extra jump. That's kind of neat, actually. I'll just keep that. I'll just keep that in my pocket, won't I? I think it needs to be a little... What's the word? It's not quite right. How did I change it? Oh, okay. Maybe higher at the start? Just to give it a bit more hop. Nah, not like that. The slowdown makes no sense. So it's higher and further away even. Like this. Yeah, that's better. Oof. That's no good. What do I do about that? Because it didn't used to do that. Ryer Edwards says, Adam, do you have any advice for someone who gets too close to my projects and loses perspective? Playtest. Show your game to other people, let them play it. That's what you have to do. Just let other people play it and let them be brutally honest with you about what your game is, whether it's fun or not. If you get feedback, that changes everything. Because the second someone else holds the controller and starts to interact with your game, your opinion about the game and your visual, what you're paying attention to will immediately change, because you'll go, oh shit, they're having trouble with that. I didn't even think about that. And oh, they're interacting with the game this way. I didn't even, oh geez. Like suddenly, and those things, Rio, those things will be so much louder because they'll be novel. You won't have even noticed them before. And you'll realize suddenly that you were focusing on this thing, but like none of that mattered. Actually, all of this mattered. And now it's just like it's a big palate cleanser. I definitely recommend it. So, hang on a second. One sec. Excuse me, Mr. You. Go away. You go here. You go there. Okay. What is that? It's almost like I took this away, did I? But that doesn't help, does it? What else did I change? I don't know. I did change, there was something here, this character velocity thing. I don't really like this. Okay, that works. What was that though? A little more stable. But this doesn't really work. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, shoot. That's kind of cool. Going back to the ledge. Man, this jump is really interesting. I've never really even considered half of this stuff. There's actually so many little fun things you can do. Yeah, like the idea of jumping off a wall and then backflipping up. I can already think of cool little design elements that work with that. And then like pivoting and then backflipping. It's very much like Mario, right? Mario has a backflip a bit like that. But I think I might make it a little less horizontal and a little bit more vertical. Kind of like this maybe? Let's try it. Like I don't think he should go should go up because it's a green ability, not quite so far back. I don't actually need to reset this. I could just keep it exactly as it is. And I want him to kind of hang a little more like this. Oops. Hey, Ideas Guy, thank you so much for the sub. Maybe like this. Do you know, I could make it so that the animation is played based on your Y velocity. I've done that in the past. What's the game about? It's an action adventure title about the son of a blacksmith who is forced out into the world when his village is attacked and the kingdom is put under threat. He is sent out to learn the ways of blacksmithing, which in this world involves magic, while also discovering the fate of his lost father and chiefly attempting to thwart this invasion before it's too late. Very few joys in life are greater than accidentally writing pubic instead of public. What game engine am I using? Unity. Do I work as a software game developer? I work. This is my job. This is what I do. I make this game. Alright, let's see it. Well, that wasn't what I was hoping for. What happened? Oh, because I checked to see if it's not playing anymore. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, this is not going to work. It's not going to work. Yep, that's a bad. I'm an idiot. It doesn't work. I can't set his frame based on his height because his height is determining the frame. I mean, you know what I mean. I think you know what I mean. It totally doesn't work. The animation determines his velocity, so I can't set things based on velocity. Silly me. Can I explain some of the things that I'm doing? I'm setting up this backflip animation in the game. This. I still think it's very horizontal. I think it needs to be more vertical still. Cool. Very fun. Those tiles are 16 by 16. But I've started working with 32 by 32 recently. So scenes like this. This is 32 by 32. I use FL Studio. I don't voice the enemies. No, I synthesize them. But I'm probably not the person who should be working on the sounds when the game finally comes out. You can't kill the chicken. How do I synthesize the voices? Do you mean the character voices? Or the enemies? The character voices are just like typewriter sounds, like and then the enemies don't speak. The enemies just make like noises or whatever. And I just use a synthesizer to make those noises. Like growls or, you know, like Gen 1 Pokemon sounds almost, you know? Stuff like that. You can hit the chicken, but nothing really happens. This background took me, I would say like what, 2 days so far? Maybe less than 2 days, maybe like a day, a full day. Like a Mario Thwomp. I'll voice that. All right. All game developers live homeless in a high-budget street. I don't know what that means. I don't live homeless, but I don't live rent-free either. Yo, I've got to... Oh no, I don't. I'm okay. Let me check out where my wife is at, just to make sure that we have dinner sorted. Because she is coming home from work. She's on the way. I should probably wrap up the stream soon. My room is fake. My room's not fake. It's a real room. Look. See? It's real. All the things in it. But you won't get a room tour because there's not much to really look at here. It's a white room with padded walls. No, it's just, you know, it's just a room. I got my desk. I got a couple of computer monitors. There's nothing on the wall. It's just lights. And then, a desk, a chest of drawers. That's literally it. My guitar, some boxes. This room is just the office. Obviously the camera and the light. Game dev is very costly. It takes a long time to make games, and time is very expensive because if you spend it making games, you're not spending it making anything else. So I'm very lucky that I have a wife who helps pay the rent, and I live very modestly. I don't want to live this way for very much longer, to be honest with you. If I have to live like this for another 5 years, I will regret making games. For sure. Like this, maybe like 1 or 2 I could handle living like this, and then something's got to give, because like I want to start having kids, and I've got dreams, other game dev dreams. So living it like literally paycheck to paycheck is like it's not great. All right, pals, I might head off. This was good fun. I will catch you all very soon. We'll do more game dev tomorrow. The backflip's fun. I don't know what I'm going to do to make this better. I guess I could just add frames to it. It feels like I could literally just... Hang on a second. Feels like I could just take this and then go, okay, what's the difference between this and this? Let's just rotate it by half of that. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, 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 doot. Just go, whoop. Take this. Go, whoop. Take this, go, whoop. Whoop. There you go. It's a flip. It's way too many frames. This one can go. Let's just do this really quickly. You know, it occurred to me that I could do it, so I'm going to do it. One, two, three, four. That's 10 frames total. Is that right? 10 frames? Yeah. Can I just do this? Can I take 6, 7, 8, 9 and just drag them in? I can. Yay. Now, the problem with this is I don't think I can very easily copy and paste this. Which means I kind of have to rejig the whole thing. But it's not a big deal. I just do that. And then we just play it at double speed. Or at least 18 frames a second. God, that's pretty high fidelity. Oh, not here though. It's probably too fluid now. It actually looks really good. It looks too good. $25. Let's go. Really? Is that right? 30? It's not 30. No, something's up. Hang on. This is gonna be way too fast now. Wait a second. Why is it not moving at a faster frame rate? That can't be right. Really? Oh, did I turn off hot reload? No. Let's try it. Arm and Hawks Pro Skater. It is like the Matrix now. Hi. How are you? Yeah. Good. Okay, that's much faster. I will be out in a little bit and then we'll talk about dinner. Cool. I feel like the legs need to come straighter earlier, like here. I'm starving though, you guys. I'm so hungry. So I really need to think about dinner sooner than later. But maybe I don't even need this frame. I probably don't need that frame. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cool. I think I will remove that last frame though. Damn it. It never works the way I want it to. Oh, that'll do. Bounce off the wall backwards. Nice. All right, I gotta go. Thanks, pals. Twas a pleasure. If you like my content, check me out on Patreon at patreon.com/AdamCYunus. And if you're on Twitch, go check me out on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, come check me out on Twitch. That's it. We've also got a Discord. The Discord is where you will be able to find access to the feature test, which we'll be feature testing this probably tomorrow. Okay? So I'm going to make some levels and then you can run around and play in them. All right? That's it. that's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.